Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Creature Conservancy. We are so happy to have you here at our 1 p.m. program. Are you guys excited? Yay. Raise your hand if it's your first time here at the Creature Conservancy. Awesome. We have a lot of new faces today. That's amazing. Well, this month is Arboreal Animals Month, so you're going to meet a lot of cool animals on stage today, animals that love to live up in the trees. But we have a new set of animals on stage every month, so make sure you come back next month in July for Backyard Buddies Month, where you'll get to see our woodchuck, our skunk, our common snapping turtle, and one of our opossums on stage. My PowerPoint doesn't want to work. If you really have a great time today, you might want to think about getting a membership. And if you decide to get a membership today, you can get your fee for today's entrance totally refunded in our gift shop. By getting a membership, you'll have free admission to open hours and our adult-only first and third Fridays. You'll also get discounts in our gift shop and for our special events. And you will get advance notice for special events, like our upcoming event, our Pride event, which is a 21+ event celebrating the LGBTQ+ community on June 13th. Yes. It's going to be a lot of fun, so make sure that you get tickets now. We have some tickets left. And we have a few select spots left for summer camps for 1st through 9th graders, so if you have kiddos they might be interested in. And we also are looking for donations, so if you would like to donate to our summer camp, you can check this out on our wish list on our website. And then we also have our Adopt a Creature program. So if you want to directly sponsor the care, enrichment, the feeding of a specific animal here, you can. There are different tiers ranging from a signed letter from a zookeeper all the way up to a lifetime membership here at the Creature Conservancy. And finally, please follow us on social media and send us your pictures. We are running around during programs, and we'd love to see your amazing photos. Now I'm going to turn it over to Xavier to talk about our first animal.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Madeline. So the first animal that we are going to be meeting is a arboreal species that is native to parts of Australia. Now, this species of snake is really form-fitted to life in the high treetop canopies. We're going to be meeting Mowgli, and Mowgli is a species of snake known as a carpet python. But if you hear that, we're talking about animals that live up in the trees. So why would the snake be called a carpet python? Because carpets lay on the ground. But they don't get that name because of their tendencies on where they live, but because of that beautiful pattern they have on their body. Really resembles a lot of the ornamental rugs and carpets of the later centuries. But Mowgli on stage is close to 10 feet long, a little bit too big for us to carry around the audience. So we do have a smaller, more portable python that Lisa is going to be carrying around. So if you guys are interested and want to see what one feels like, you guys can gently take 2 fingers and touch towards the tail of the snake. But like I said, Mowgli is very comfortable on the branch, but they can easily get to most any level in the forest that they live in, because they are amazing climbers, and they will use that really long and strong body to help them get to points in the rainforest where they live. And this video showcases exactly how easily they can climb a tree with no lateral branches to help them, just using that very long and strong body. And Lisa will make it through all 3 rows, so you guys are good to stay where you're seated. But that long, strong body also helps them to really catch their prey as well, because they are not a venomous snake. And most snakes on the planet are in fact not venomous, but they are constrictors, just like Mowgli and the python that you guys are touching. And they use the strength of the muscles along their body to catch and squeeze their prey. But when the carpet pythons are going at a really high point in the canopy, they are going to be hunting for a lot of flighted animals, whether those are birds during the day or bats at night. But they're primarily nocturnal animals and going to be hunting a lot of bats, and they use a special sense that us humans don't have to help them hunt these warm-blooded animals at night. And these little holes on the roof of their mouth and on their bottom lips give them that special sense. And those are heat-sensing pits. So those little holes allow these snakes to see the heat that radiates off of warm-blooded animals' bodies. So it's almost like they're seeing the thermographic images and able to see a warm-blooded bat flying through a night, even if it's a pitch black night with no moonlight. So this really helps them hunt, but their really long and muscular body allows them to catch their food while also staying in the branches as well, because they are long enough to go and catch a bat while also holding on to the branch as well. So they are truly incredible predators that have really been perfectly adapted to life in the rainforest and the treetops. But they live in a lot of areas in Australia where there has been a lot of human development. There's been a lot of houses made, a lot of neighborhoods, and when there's a lot of people, there's a lot of pest species like your rats and rodents and other birds that eat our trash. And that attracts predator species like carpet pythons. And in Australia, it is not uncommon to have carpet pythons around your house and sometimes even climbing up your house, because they are not just amazing climbers on trees but on sidings as well. But they may not just be around your house in Australia, because they are really well adapted and can easily get into your house as well. And so this is not uncommon to see videos like this. This is a different species, not quite this exact species of carpet python, but it is not uncommon to have snakes in your attic in Australia in these regions. But they are not just adapted to the treetops and going around. They are really, really well adapted, and so they may not just be falling through your ceilings in Australia, but they may be coming through your toilets as well. And you would think a crazy headline like this would just be a one-off situation, but we had to choose which actual carpet python coming out of the toilet headline did we want to include in this, because it is not a uncommon situation to happen over there, because these snakes are just perfectly adapted to the rainforest, but a lot of the things that we've added into ourselves as well, which is pretty unique around reptiles, because many reptiles do not do well around human development, but carpet pythons are one of the few that have really adapted to life around humans as well. But they are truly incredible snakes. Mowgli here, she was a former pet. We don't quite know exactly how old she was, but we know she's a girl because of how long she is. A a boy wouldn't be half the size. And so it's the girls that get much larger with this species. But do you guys have any questions about Mowgli or carpet pythons? No questions? We've got all snake experts in here. That's wonderful. Oh, yeah, yeah. So she asked how long Mowgli has been with us, and Mowgli's been with us about 5 years or so. She was somebody's pet, but her previous owner unfortunately passed away unexpectedly, and the rest of her family wasn't interested in taking on a snake, and so they found out and reached out to us with her. Yeah. So he asked how long do they live on average, and they will live generally around like 25 years, give or take, sometimes 30 years in captivity. But a few decades is pretty common for python species like this. Yeah. No, we have not really focused on breeding her. We don't really try to breed many of the species that are in the pet trade. There's a select few cases on animals that we may breed because of their endangered species status or things like that, but carpet pythons are pretty prevalent in the pet trade, so we haven't really focused on breeding her. And we'll do one last question before our next animal gets here. So she eats now that she's at a full adult age and her metabolism is slowed down, she eats anywhere between once every 2 weeks to once every 3 weeks. Whereas before she would eat about once a week, and that's a lot for a snake, but to us warm-blooded animals and us humans, eating once every 3 weeks sounds impossible, but warm-blooded animals like snakes just have a much more efficient metabolism. But yeah, about once every 3 weeks. But all right, our next animals are also a really unique species of reptile. We're going to be meeting a species of chameleon that is native to parts of Madagascar. And Madagascar is known for its wide diversity of chameleon species. They definitely hold the record for that, but you can find chameleons all throughout Africa and even in parts of the Middle East. But chameleons are generally a very small species of lizard. You are actually looking at the world's largest species of chameleon. And so they are not very big animals. And in fact, the smallest vertebrate animal on the planet is a species of chameleon, this Burkisia species right here, that it is a fully grown adult that can fit on your pinky nail. So they get to incredibly small sizes, but the ones on stage, like I said, is about as big as you will ever see them get. And so they are truly unique animals. But if we go back in time and we translate what chameleon actually means, it means ground lion. But we're talking about animals that live in trees, and so there are a handful of species of chameleons that will walk on the ground, primarily those in the Middle East where that name came from, but the majority of the species are evolved to live in the trees, and but the lion part comes from their sexually dimorphic nature, meaning the males and the females look different. The one on the camera right now is obviously a male because he's got that big horn coming out of his nose, and then he's got a very prevalent crest on his head, and his coloration is a little bit more yellowish and orange around, whereas the females don't have as pronounced horns or as pronounced of a crest on their head, and their colors are a little bit more teal or green like the one that we have on our right. But these guys, like I said, they are perfectly adapted to life in the trees, and some of those adaptations are on their hands and their feet. So if we're looking at their feet, they are branched into opposite directions, and that's called zygodactyl feet, and that gives them a perfect grip for hanging onto that branch. But then they also have fused toes, meaning two are fused together on one side, 3 are fused together on the other side, and this allows for them to just have a stronger grip strength on each one of those hands and feet. But then they also have have almost like a fifth arm or leg because their tail is fully prehensile, meaning it's almost like a monkey tail where they can just completely hang from their tail. And so they have a lot of amazing adaptations for helping them stay balanced in the treetops, but they also have some amazing eyesight for allowing them to see a lot of things around in the rainforest. And the coolest part about that is their independently moving eyes. And so with the male, we can see that one eye is watching each one of us moving around, and he can move the other eye watching Ham, watching Sierra, watching himself on the screen, and he is constantly scanning. But it's not just that he can move each one of those independently, but they also have about 20 times better vision than we do. So they can pinpoint and spot predators before the predators spot them. But then if they spot a bug or an insect or a food they might want to eat, that's the only time where they will focus both eyes on the same target, because they need to know exactly how far to shoot their tongue. Because these lizards aren't going to chase down their food like some other animals, but they've got a really great way of catching their food from across the tree with that amazing tongue. And so we're going to try and see if we can get our chameleons to eat on camera right now, but we can never promise anything with the chameleons, but it will happen very quick, and it'll happen right now. All right. And so if you guys miss that, we will try with the female over here. But again, we never promise it. But they shoot that tongue out incredibly fast, and they actually shoot it out at about they go 0 to 60 in 0.001 second, a hundredth of a second. And so they are incredibly fast. And this female right here, she is probably one of our more nervous females, so I will be surprised if she does eat, but we will, at least we got to see the male. But with the speed of that tongue, they are able to easily prey on bees and wasps, because they can shoot that tongue out, pull that bee and wasp back in, and neutralize the stinger before that insect even knew what hit them. And so they are amazing predators, even in the treetops, for species of bugs and things like that. But their most famous adaptation isn't their feet, isn't their tail, maybe their tongue, but arguably is their ability to change colors. And that color changing ability definitely has some misunderstandings with it, because a lot of people assume that they change to match their background. But if we took any one of these chameleons off of the branch and put them in front of any one of your guys' shirts, they're not going to change the color to the color of your shirt, but it's more of a mood ring, or letting the world know how that chameleon is feeling, because chameleons will change that based on how they're feeling, letting other chameleons know, and so we can see in this video that they will change to become more vibrant, and that is letting another chameleon know he's maybe feeling a little upset if he sees another male, or he wants to kind of stand his territory, or if he's trying to impress a girl that's on the other branch over there. They will change their colors like that. But each species of chameleon cannot change between every color under the rainbow. Panther chameleons, like the one on the screen, probably have the most range in color, but the Parsons chameleons that we have are limited between like the yellows, oranges, and for the males, and then like the teals, greens, and blues for the females. But they will also change their colors to thermoregulate, because if it's a really cold morning and they want to warm themselves up, they will go to the tops of the trees and turn a almost dark brown, almost black color that helps them attract more sunlight and warm their bodies up. So they are really useful adaptations for them. But if we didn't catch the first one live, we do have this to also show exactly how far they can shoot their tongue, because we gave him a layup, but he can shoot over twice his nose to tail length with his tongue. So incredible predators. But do you guys have any questions about chameleons? Oh, perfect. Yeah. So she asked if the tongue is rolled up in the mouth, and the tongue is, it's the best way I can describe it without boring us for too long is almost like those sticky hands that you would throw and smack against the wall, where it's really compressed in there, but not quite like rolled up. It's just compressed, and when they have muscles that squeeze around the tongue to shoot it out, and then so it'll stretch out, and then they have muscles to retract it back. So not quite like curled up or rolled up, but just stretched out and compressed back in. But all right, I'm going to pass things over to Steve to talk about our next animal. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so we are going to take a look at the most arboreal species of the cat during this arboreal animal month. We're going to take a look at Danny, and he is one of our 2 clouded leopards. Clouded leopards spend more of their life in the trees than any of the other cats, and they live in the Southeast Asian rainforest. It's one of the more densely populated areas of the planet, and they spend the bulk of their life up in the trees, and they've got a lot of features for living that arboreal lifestyle. Some of the things you're going to notice are the beautiful pattern on his body. He's got spots of different sizes and shapes, and that's where they get their name clouded leopard. You're going to see that he's got little stripe-like spots on the neck. He's got solid spots along the lower part of his body, big aberrant-shaped spots all throughout his body, and it gives him a very unique, very well camouflaged pattern for living in the forests and the trees. There are a lot of features that help this cat out for living that lifestyle. They have more flexible ankle joints than any of the other cats. So they can actually turn their ankles backwards and their wrists backwards so they can descend a tree head first. So that's a very unique feature of cats. Not only can they descend the trees head first and do that regularly, they can run sloth style along the underside of a branch. So that's another very unique feature of these guys. They also, when he's out here walking around, he'll be out here in a couple of minutes, notice that he's got rather short legs. He's got a low center of gravity, and that helps him to move across branches really, really well, too. So he's got a lot of special features. And also, as he's moving around in the branches up here, take a look at how he uses his tail. As he turns corners, or if he starts to get unsteady, he'll flick his tail back and forth. Tails are organs of balance. If you've ever watched a tightrope walker walk across a stretched rope, they often carry a pole with them, and they can shift that pole back and forth to change the center of gravity. So that's what he does with that big, heavy, thick tail. Now, he is a youngster, and if we are lucky, he will be out here for about 5 minutes. So he's quite a juvenile brained animal right now, and he's got a pretty short attention span. While he's out here, it'd be really great if you are talking to the person next to you, that you do it in a whisper, that you guys keep relatively quiet. He's pretty bold and pretty confident, but we always want to make sure the animals feel comfortable when they're on stage. One of the things that we will be doing is giving him half of his morning daily allotment of food while he's on stage, so he associates the stage with being a fun place. And he doesn't just get his regular diet, he gets all of his yummy treats. I think his favorite food in the mix today is some beef liver. He's got beef heart, he's got blanched chicken. They often get lamb and venison, so he gets all of his favorite treats when he's out here working. Now, as he's walking around, what you might want to also do is take a look at his relatively large feet. When he stretches out his claws all the way, when he fans out his front feet in particular, he can open up those front feet to be almost this big. And those claws work like a big pair of catcher's mitts, so he can snare birds as they come walking through the rainforest. Sorry, I think I see him. Yep, I see him walking down the aisle here. He's a leopard. He gets to do kind of what he wants to do, so sometimes it takes him a minute to get here. He is about 3 years old. There are exactly 2 clouded leopards in the state of Michigan. Danny is one of them, and Kaya, the other one we have, is the other. So they're a pretty rare cat, only 2 in the state, both of which are here. Again, take a look at those feet, watch how he uses his tail, look at his exceptionally beautiful pattern. I think this is hands down the most beautiful cat in the world. I know tigers are splendid. flashy, but this animal is I think just the most beautiful species of cat in the world. He is fully grown. He is about 52, 53 pounds right now. His ideal weight is right in that range. He was getting a little pudgy a week or two ago. It was up to 55 pounds. So we try to keep him in the low 50s. And that's fully grown. And Kaya, the female, is only about 31 pounds. So these are quite small, small cats. He's often very vocal. He's actually being relatively quiet today, but he's a good boy. And this is one of the few animals on campus that we will actually try to procreate. I think I heard Xavier say we don't do a lot of breeding here, but a couple of the animals we do breed are two-toed sloths. You can meet with one of those at the 2 o'clock in the 3 o'clock program, and then the clouded leopards. So we do have a few species that we allow to procreate, and we hope that these guys will breed one day. These guys have proportionately the biggest canine teeth of any carnivore on the planet, any animal in the order Carnivora. He's 50 pounds, and his canine teeth are 2 inches long. Tigers live in the same area. They are 500 pounds. We're talking 10 times as big, and a tiger's canine teeth are 2 inches long. So proportionally, they have ginormous teeth. And in fact, scientists once thought they may have been related to the saber-toothed cats. They can also open their mouth wider than any of the other cats, too. It probably has to do with the fact their teeth are so big. They do eat birds, but those teeth help out with what they mostly eat. They're super fond of eating hoofed animals, things like pigs and small antelope and various deer species, and they have been known to kill things as large as a young water buffalo. And what they do is they sit along the branches up in the trees, and they jump down onto the back of an animal, and they put their meat hooks, those murder mittens, into that animal and hold on tight, and then they use those large canine teeth to either break the neck or cut a large vessel in the neck. So these guys are proportionally able to kill quite large prey. These guys have never killed a person that we can find, so they don't go for us. Probably because if you think about it, a cat up on a branch looking down on an animal, when they look down on a human, they see the top of our head, maybe a little bit of our shoulders. That's not much of a landing spot. But a deer, horizontal shaped animals are a much easier animal to land on. So we're just kind of the wrong shape and a little bit too big for them to eat. And they're generally quite nice cats. Well, that was pretty good. I think he made it longer than he normally does. Anyway, another good look at the teeth. We're not exactly sure where this animal is classified. It keeps flipping back and forth. When I first started working with animals 25, 30 years ago, clouded leopards were considered small cats. They clearly aren't that big. But now they're considered big cats, but not every scientist is satisfied that they fit neatly into that category either. So there are two groups of cats on the planet. The cat on the left is like your house cats. The small cats purr, and they have vertical pupils. The tiger on the right, the big cats, the lions, tigers, other leopards, and jaguar, they roar and they have round pupils. So purring vertical pupils or roaring round pupils is what you got. But with the clouded leopard, you got neither. They actually have oval pupils, not really round, not really vertical, and they neither roar nor purr. So they don't do either of those two things. So they've always had a hard time categorizing this cat, what exactly it is. Currently, it is considered the smallest of the big cats. So you're seeing the very smallest member of the big cat family currently. We'll see what DNA says later, because they might switch it again. And actually, if you walk out in the aisle and look at Harper the cougar, you'll be looking at the largest small cat. Believe it or not, Harper is a small cat, the biggest species of small cat, and Danny is the smallest species of big cat. Unfortunately, clouded leopards are one of the absolute rarest of all the cats. They got a bunch of problems. One thing is they live in Southeast Asia, so we're looking at one of the most densely populated areas of the planet, so a lot of generic habitat destruction. But a really big problem they face right now are palm oil plantations. That's a palm oil plantation on the left and a old growth rainforest on the right. Clouded leopards can't live in a palm oil plantation. They need old growth habitat. So that's a big problem they face. We don't get very pushy and make very many direct asks of audience, but clouded leopards are so rare that we're going to make a direct ask. Stop buying palm oil. Avoid buying palm oil at the very least. It's not that hard to do, people. Out in the gift shop, Karen can give you a QR code that'll load an app up on your phone, so you don't even have to read those ingredients lists, because if you're old like me, you can't even read those ingredients lists on products, right? It'll scan the barcode, tell you if there's palm oil in that product, and whether or not it was sustainably harvested. So it takes a flash of a second, a couple of buttons on your phone to figure out if a product has palm oil in it. And you may have to make a sacrifice. You know what I did? I had to give up International Delights French Vanilla Coffee Creamer and switch to Coffee Mates French Vanilla Coffee Creamer. So people, you can manage that for a clouded leopard. They're beautiful cats. Lots of products have palm oil in it. It has become a very, very common product these days. We don't do fur coats very much in this country, but it does take 20 of them to make one full-length fur coat. And fur coats are still a thing in other places, so obviously we don't want to do that. We do hope to breed these guys in captivity. There was one female clouded leopard born in the entire country into the stud book 3 years ago, and that was Kaya. And Danny was the only one born into the stud book the following year. I mean, these cats are seriously rare animals, and we are very lucky in that these are an unrelated pair. There's only 72 in the stud book in the entire country, and so we're heading toward genetic extinction with that low a number. We'll do what we can for as long as we can. Anyway, so, and you know what, I just read about a problem that you wouldn't expect it to face with clouded leopards. Data centers. This is really weird. The Nashville Zoo, which is the second largest breeding program in the country for clouded leopards, Tanganyika, where Kaya came from, is the biggest producer of clouded leopards, Tanganyika Zoo, and the Nashville Zoo is the second biggest one in this country. There's a proposed data center going in 50 yards from the clouded leopard breeding facility. So right next door, and those things make a lot of irritating sounds that are going to drive not just the clouded leopards crazy, but potentially all the zoo animals that have a lot better hearing than most humans. So we just have to try to think a little more cautiously. Sorry, we don't get preachy very often, but I think this is a rare enough animal that we really got to put a concerted effort toward him. We couldn't show this while Danny was out because he gets distracted by TV. Anyway, you can see kind of how they use their tail. It's not prehensile, but they certainly kind of wrap it around and fling it around and help them balance. We have a really cute picture of a clouded leopard yawning, and then you see those ginormous killing teeth. Couple more quick slides and then I'll let you go. This is Danny when he was a baby. He's over playing in our classroom. And if we have any cat owners in the audience, you'll say, oh yeah, my cat does the exact same thing. I have to say, a cat is a cat is a cat. They're all kind of the same thing. Harper the cougar and your house cat behave so much alike. The only real aberration in the cat family, honestly, are cheetahs. They're running cats. They don't have retractable claws. Lions are another aberration because they're social cats. They live in a group and none of the other cats do. But anyway, cute kitten playing reminds you of your house cat. Your house cats do all the exact same things, but we often label them differently. You would call that a cat playing. We would call that a cat practicing to kill, because that's what it is, people. When your cat is playing, it's just practicing predatory behavior. There's another, they use their tail to help them make turns, so even when they're running. There's another similar behavior between clouded leopards and your house cats, in that they play with just the strangest stuff. You buy them a nice toy somewhere, and they don't want the toy, they want the paper bag that you brought it home in, or the box that you brought it home in. Harper loves washing machine boxes. It's like her favorite toy in the world. Danny, a bowl. Sometimes that's all it takes to keep him entertained. So they manage to make toys out of the strangest things. You've been sitting here for a long time. I think I'll do one or two questions on mic, and then I'll turn off the mic and just answer any other lingering questions you may have. Yeah. I didn't make the bait today. I know that beef heart was pulled yesterday for today, and beef liver. There was probably blanched chicken in there. They tend to like gamey meats. We feed them venison and lamb, and so we do feed them a mix of things. And there's a very specific reason why we don't just chop up a bunch of beef or chop up a bunch of liver, or chop up a bunch of heart. We want to keep him focused. We want him thinking about the next thing coming out of the pouch and not thinking about you squirmy people in here or get distracted by people. So we want him focused. If we were throwing out a piece of beef and then throwing out a piece of beef and then putting out another piece of beef and then another piece of beef and then another piece of beef, he, just like you, would get bored, right? So by throwing out something different each time, we don't even know what we're putting out there until we put it on the thing. And so just the fact that we mix up the bait in the pouch is one of the ways we control this animal. It seems subtle, but it's really important. Any other clouded leopard questions? Okay, well, I'm going to turn off the mic. If you have anything more, I'll just stand up here and answer them. The next program is at 2 o'clock, and that's with another one of our very popular animals, the two-toed tree sloth. So hopefully we'll see you at 2. Thanks, guys. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a look at one of my favorite animals. We're going to meet Poco. Poco and I have been doing programs together for 39 years. He's been around the block, not as long as I have been, but we're going to take a look at what's called a two-toed tree sloth. This species of sloth is found in northern South America. Oh, wait a second, we're not looking at Poco, we're looking at Juju. This is Poco's son. I've only been working with Juju for 20 years. Anyway, and he is what we call a two-toed tree sloth. Now, all sloths have got 3 toes on their hind feet, but some species have 3 toes up front and others only have 2. So you have to count the toes on the front feet to figure out what kind of sloth you're looking at. And as I said, this is the largest of all sloth species on the planet. When you see sloths in posters and books and memes and videos and things, you're almost always seeing their 3-toed cousins. And that's because 3-toed sloths occur at a ratio of about 10-to-1 over 2-toed sloths in the wild. So this is the much rarer variety, less common. So when a photographer goes into the rainforest to get a picture of a sloth, they're 10 times as likely as getting a picture of a 3-toed sloth and not a 2-toed sloth. Now, if you did want to see a bigger sloth than Juju, though, all you'd have to do is invent a time machine and go back in time about 4,500 years, which is not that long ago. The pyramids are already done. But if you went back that far, you may have run into Megatherium. Megatherium was the 3rd largest land mammal that we know of to have ever existed on the planet, and it was a type of a giant ground sloth. It was bigger than an African elephant. I think the closest big skeleton of a ground sloth they have is over at the Chicago Field Museum. So if you ever get over to Chicago, it is definitely worth looking at their giant ground sloth skeleton. Anyway, but this is the largest species that you get today. A little more details between 3-toes and 2-toes. 3-toed on the left, they often have that little mask, like little raccoony-like looking mask, and of course they've got 3 toes up front. And then 2-toed sloths have a very different face with, of course, 2 toes in the front. I don't think he's going to do it today, but he will often fall asleep mid-program, mid-branch, sometimes mid-grape, while he's munching on a grape. It seems kind of crazy that he can do that. There's a few reasons why they do that. First of all, they're nocturnal animals, so they're supposed to be asleep this time of day, and so it would be normal for him to be sleeping during the day. And actually, they actually sleep 18 hours of the day. This animal literally spends more of its life asleep than awake. And so this is a pretty inactive animal. And as I said, I've been working with him 20 years, so he's been hearing the spiel for 20 years straight. You'd fall asleep too, right? And so lots of reasons to fall asleep, but I don't think he's going to do that today. But he's got some very special features for hanging out below the branch. It is kind of odd to do that. Most arboreal animals, this is Arboreal Animal Month, most arboreal animals are sitting on top of the branch, right? Monkeys and birds and snakes and most things hang out on top of the branch. Gravity helps you at least a little bit, right? It does seem kind of weird to hang below the branch. And he's got some special features for doing that. One are those great claws. The relaxed position for those claws is kind of like a coat hanger. It actually takes muscles to open the claws, and then the second they relax, ligaments on the other side pull those claws back into that coat hanger position. So that's one of the reasons they can sleep hanging below the branch. Another unique feature about these guys is their fur starts growing at their ankles and grows toward their hips, starts at their belly and goes toward their back. It's not just gravity pulling the hair in that direction. The actual hair follicles run in the opposite direction of most mammals, and that's because they live in the rainforest. And it rains a lot there, people. That backward growing fur helps channel all the excess water off of their body. A lot of plants in the rainforest have drip tips on the end of their leaves and little valleys in their leaves to channel water off of their leaves. That's exactly what his fur is doing. Another weird thing about his fur, though, is the fact that it has 11 longitudinal grooves that run the length of each strand of hair, and those grooves are there so that algae can set up house in their fur. So if you were to go to the rainforest looking for a sloth, you'd actually be looking for a green animal like the one in the image. They often have green algae growing in their fur because their fur is constantly wet, and their fur is literally designed to house the algae. They want the green algae in their hair. You might not want to have green hair, but it's pretty cool to be a green sloth in a green tree, right? So it makes you pretty hard to see. So they're pretty well camouflaged with that green algae growing in their fur. Now, a lot of people wonder why hang out below the branch. There are a couple of reasons why there's an advantage to hanging out below the branch if you're designed for it. He is literally hanging from a grapevine, and Xavier's been feeding him grapes. If there were actual grapes on this vine, would those grapes grow up into the air, or would they hang down? Hang down. If it were an apple branch, would the apples grow up or hang down? Down. Fruit hangs below the branch. Doesn't it make sense if you're a fruit-eating animal to put your face right where your food is at? That seems perfect. That is actually the secondary reason why they hang below the branch. The primary reason they hang below the branch is that. That is called a harpy eagle. Harpy eagles are the second largest eagle on the planet, I think after the Philippine monkey eagle, and they specialize in eating mammals that live up in the trees, things like monkeys and sloths and kinkajous and quadrimundes. It's one of their primary, that's their primary predator. So I want you to, for a minute, imagine your harpy eagle. It's getting around dinner time. You're getting hungry, and you really feel like having a monkey for dinner tonight. That's not that hard for you guys, because you guys have got incredible vision. You scan through the forest, and you listen in the forest, and you see if you can hear a troop of monkeys, because monkeys live in a group called a troop, and they're often pretty noisy. They're kind of chatty with each other. Also, it's pretty easy for you to spot a group of animals versus a solo animal, right? And you know what? Those silly monkeys, aren't they swinging through the trees? Your eyes are attracted to motion, so you're set up to find a group of monkeys. So you sit there, your stomach's growling, you look around, you hear something, you spot something, you see something, you find your group of monkeys, and you stare at them for a bit. You kind of observe and see which one is the slow, fat one. That's the one you want to go for, right? Then you fly through the trees at 35, 40 miles an hour. You hit it with your talons and snatch it off the branch, and off to have monkey for dinner you go. It's not that hard for you to do. You are so talented at what you do, it's not that hard. But let's say you've been eating monkey all week long. You're getting kind of sick of monkey. You would like to switch it up a little bit. You would like to have a sloth for dinner tonight instead of monkey. Well, you got a few issues. First of all, you work the day shift. You're a day active predator, and sloths are nocturnal. And in fact, sloths are most likely to be asleep because they sleep more of their lives than almost any other animal. So you work different shifts. Sloths are completely solitary. They are actually don't cohabitate well with each other. They don't want to share a tree with another sloth. So you're looking for a single animal, not a group of animals. You're looking for a single silent animal. Adult sloths have no ability to make noise. So you're looking for a single, silent, super well camouflaged, super slow moving. Remember, your eyes are attracted to motion, and they move slowly. So you've got a lot of headwind in getting a sloth for dinner. But it's your lucky day. You spot one. You still got a big problem, because if you fly through the trees 35, 40 miles an hour and you plant your talons into the body of that animal, you're also going to plant your face into that branch. Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? What can you do? You could maybe fly upside down and grab it. Physics doesn't let you do that one. What else could you do? I have an idea. Go get a monkey for dinner, because these things are a pain in the butt. They literally are hanging below the branch to make themselves really undesirable targets for those harpy eagles. So they're hard to find, and even if you do find them, they're really hard to get out of a tree. I'm not saying that doesn't ever happen, but it's pretty easy to do a study, because harpy eagles, when they kill something, take it back to their nests and generally eat their meal at home. They do takeout, I guess as you call it. And so they fly back to their nests, and they eat their monkey or whatever, or their sloth, or their kinkajou, or their quadrimunde, and they spit out the skull. They don't eat the skulls of these bigger animals. And so you just go to a harpy eagle's nest and you count skulls at the bottom of the nest. And you're going to count about 50 monkey skulls for every sloth skull that you find. So they really don't get very many sloths. Now, I'm going to go back to a slide that I kind of passed over. We talked a little bit about the fact that algae grow in their fur, and they're all green and algae covered. They have found no less than 900 different species living on a sloth. Different species of algae, different species species of sloth beetles, sloth moths, and they're not parasites. They're commensal in most situations. There's a mutual benefit. And so those are sloth moths. And so you can find all sorts of species specific. What you need to do is think about a sloth as like a little arboreal chunk of a coral reef. It's like a whole colony of things that's kind of moving through the upper parts of the trees. So they're really unique animals. So we're going to bring them around and give you a chance to look at them more closely and even give you a chance to touch them after you listen to all of my rules. Rule number 1 is parents, grandparents, it is your job to make sure your kids follow my rules. It is not my job, so make sure your kids are following our directions. This is going to happen very quickly. Are you passing it off, or are you... Okay, I can hand them off to you if you want to go over there, yeah. So I'm going to hand them off to Xavier, and Xavier's going to walk by everybody in the front row at about this speed. If you do not have your child seated, this one needs to be seated and ready to touch the sloth as it goes by, and we go past him, it is now officially your problem that your child did not touch a sloth. It is not our problem. So we are not going to come back, people. That's not happening. We're not stopping for selfies either. This is going to be a very fast, brief touch. And the only place you're allowed to touch this animal is near the rear part of the body, right, kind of near his butt. So we need children seated, quiet, and ready for this to happen. This is going to happen fast. Another thing what we'll do is when we get to the end of the first row, Xavier's going to step into the second row and let you people in the second row touch. You people in the first row cannot turn around and double dip. We don't want hands coming at them from all, two different directions at once, and same between the second and the third row. And just as a reminder, the only place you're touching this animal is the butt. It's because the other end bites, people. Think about this. Wouldn't it be incredibly rude if I walked up to any one of you and shoved my hand in your face? Yeah, that's really aggressive motion that humans, for some silly reason, like to do with wild animals. That's like the worst thing to do, is reach toward a wild animal's face. They don't like it. Don't do it. Okay, I think we have sufficiently warned you guys. And then as Xavier's walking around with them, I can answer some questions. Hi, bud. I have to say, this is Juju. It's normally his dad who does programs. And I really like working with Juju because he's about half as much as Poco. He is so much later. Okay, it's happening quickly. Pull your feet in, pull your children in, pull your purses in, only touch the butt. Questions about Poco as he comes around? Anything you'd like to know about sloths? Yeah. So Juju is actually Poco and Annie's son. If you guys watch the 2 o'clock program, or the 1 o'clock program, you'll know that we're going to try to breed clouded leopards, but we have had a long time successful breeding program for sloths. In fact, we have sloth babies at the Binder Park Zoo, the Detroit Zoo, the Buffalo Zoo, the Tanganyika Zoo, San Diego Zoo, and 3 at the Columbus Zoo. So we do procreate sloths, and they have babies all over the country. So we didn't find him. Some of our sloths were actually rescued. They were pets. Sloths don't actually want to be touched. They don't want to be held by people. They're non-social mammals. They don't want to be your pet. If you ever see facilities that let people handle the sloths, I've seen it online. You can go places in Florida where they give you a sloth and they hang it on your chest and you can get your picture taken with it. That puts those things right next to your carotid arteries, people. They have no bite inhibition. They've got wicked teeth, massive biting pressure. Don't do it. It's not what the animal wants. Other sloth questions? Anything else you'd like to know about them? Gosh, normally people ask me how much they weigh. That's like a question that we get asked all the time. So I'm going to tell you the answer since nobody asked it. This was one of our lighter sloths, but Poco, his dad, in fact, we switched to Juju today because Poco yesterday went from weighing 32 pounds to 24 pounds in one day. You know what happened? Poop day. Yeah, that's why we switched over to Juju. It happens once every 5 to 6 days, maybe, or 5 to 7 days, that they defecate and urinate. So that's bizarre just from the outset. But you know what's even more bizarre about that? They descend to the ground, all the way down to the ground. We couldn't keep Poco on the branch, couldn't figure out why. He kept climbing down, and we finally gave up and grabbed Juju instead. It's because he had to go to the bathroom. They go to the ground to go to the bathroom. These are the slowest moving mammals on the planet, and they live 150, maybe 200 feet in the rainforest canopy, and they're going to descend to the ground to defecate and urinate. People, they have to schedule a whole day in their week. We're talking about, 2, 3, 4 hours to slowly and stealthily descend down to the forest floor. Probably only needs half hour, 45 minutes to do his business, and then climb back up in the trees. But that eats up the bulk of a day. It eats the entire day up for a sloth, because remember, they're only awake 6 hours of the day, right? So why not just poop and pee from the trees, like the monkeys do, like the kinkajous do, quadrimundis do? Well, it turns out that if you climb up 150, 200 feet up into a tall rainforest tree, and you start pouring out a gallon, remember 32 pounds down to 24 pounds, a gallon of urine and feces. Let me rephrase this. A gallon of well-fermented, been cooking in there for a week, urine and feces, that actually makes a huge amount of motion as it comes cascading and hitting all the branches and the leaves as it descends to the forest floor. Makes a surprising amount of noise as it goes slapping against all those leaves and spattering off the branches, and it certainly disperses the smell over a greater area. What are predators attracted to? Noises, movements, smells. It is statistically safer for them to quietly and stealthily descend to the ground, defecate and urinate, and then go back up in the trees. So that's the only question I'll answer then. If you don't have any more. Any more? Are you good? Yeah. Two-toed sloths are, you'd probably call them frugivores. They mostly fruit. Their cousins, three-toed sloths, are mostly folivores. They eat mostly leaves. In fact, you will probably never see a three-toed sloth in captivity except in a rescue in like Costa Rica where they actually live, because three-toed sloths only eat the leaves of trumpetwood trees. So we don't have ready access to trumpetwood tree leaves. But not only do they only eat the leaves of trumpetwood trees, they only like middle-aged leaves of trumpetwood trees. They don't want the old trees leaves that have been on the tree for a year or more. They're too tough and old. And they don't want the newly emerged leaves of a trumpetwood tree. They want middle-aged leaves of a trumpetwood tree. And that's a very specialized diet. It's kind of like koalas and eucalyptus leaves. That is a great question. This gentleman asked, why? Those teeth are literally bigger than my German Shepherds at home. Why do they need those kind of teeth for apples and oranges and grapes? That seems like overkill. Well, when you think about fruit, you think about apples and oranges and grapes. We were in fact feeding them grapes, but the fruits in the rainforest, the wild fruits, are actually quite different from that. They are more gourd-like in consistency. If you go to the botanical gardens, I think they have a breadfruit tree and they produce these hard gourd-like fruits. We actually feed them summer squash, zucchini, or hardened overripe zucchini squash, butternut squash, acorn squash. So we feed them a lot of things that are actually quite hard. They need those big teeth because a lot of what they eat they have to break into. It has a pretty tough exterior. It is definitely way overkill. As long as we're talking about teeth, those look like huge canine teeth, don't they? They have no incisors and no canine teeth. Those are actually premolars, and they grow continually. If you imagine taking a cylinder of bone and slicing it in half, that's how those teeth grind together. Every chew that they make self-sharpens with each chew. Their teeth are wicked, and they grow continually because they're eating such hard food all the time. So, you've been sitting here for a long time. The next program is actually a repeat of this program. What we're trying to do, if you haven't figured it out, is we want you guys to show up for the 1 o'clock and the 2 o'clock program, and then maybe wander off so that we can get another set of people in for the 2 and the 3. That's how our programs repeat. 1 and 2 are the same. 2 and 3 and 4 are the same. So it just kind of helps clear out the parking lot because sometimes we run into issues. Thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy. I'm going to stick around up here if you have any more lingering questions. Hopefully we'll see you another time. Thanks. Hey guys, we are going to meet Juju. This is Arboreal Animal Month, and sloths are one of the quintessential arboreal animals. We're going to meet Juju. He is a 20-year-old sloth. He was born here at the Creature Conservancy. If you guys are frequent flyers here, you've probably met Poco, his dad, in the past. So this is the offspring of Poco and Annie, and his name is Juju. And we're going to look at a two-toed sloth that lives in the rainforests in northern South America. Sloths are found in the southern part of Central America, and the northern half of South America. And they live in very dense jungle rainforest type areas, and they spend virtually their entire lives up in the trees, and they've got a lot of special features for living that kind of lifestyle. Now these guys this is a two-toed sloth. Most of the time when you're looking at sloth calendars and you see sloths in pictures and posters and books and memes and calendars, almost always you're going to see their three-toed cousins, and that's because three-toed sloths occur at a ratio of about 10-to-1 over these in the wild. So there's simply way more three-toed sloths out there, so photographers are way more likely to get a picture of a three-toed sloth. These two-toed sloths are actually about twice as big as a three-toed sloth. So the ones that you see most often depicted are actually about half of this size. So this is definitely the largest of the 6 species of sloth. If you wanted to see a larger sloth, all you'd have to do is go back about 4,500 years ago. You could have run into Megatherium. Megatherium was the 3rd largest land mammal that we know of to have ever existed on the planet, and it was a type of a giant ground sloth. Can you imagine a sloth bigger than an African elephant? That's how big they got at one point in time. But Poco's as big as they get these days. Juju, sorry. I'm so used to working with his dad. Let's talk a little more about three-toed versus two-toed. That's a three-toed sloth on the left. They're pretty easily recognizable, not only because they've got 3 toes on their front feet, but also they have that little raccoon-like mask, and the two-toed sloths have a different looking face with a slightly longer nose. And these guys are the slowest moving mammals on the planet, but if you're fact-checking me right now on your phones, you're actually going to find out that it's the three-toed sloths that are the super slow ones. This is the hyper-caffeinated variety of sloth that we have here. So these animals spend their whole lives hanging out below the branches. They got some pretty unique features. Those claws are, of course, great for hanging on. The relaxed position for their claws is kind of like a coat hanger. It actually takes muscles to open up those claws on the backside, and when they relax those muscles, they close back into that coat hanger position. So it is not unusual for them to fall asleep mid-program, mid-branch, just hanging from the branch. We see him sleeping all the time. His dad is famous for falling asleep with a grape in his mouth still. So they do sleep a lot too. As long as we're talking about sleep, these guys sleep 18 hours of the day. That means this animal spends more of its life asleep than awake. So these guys do a lot of sleeping and a lot of slow moving. Now, their fur is unusual for a couple of reasons. One reason it's kind of strange is it starts growing at their ankles and it grows toward their hips. It starts at their belly and grows toward their back. It's not just gravity pulling the hair in that direction. The actual hair follicles run in the opposite direction compared to pretty much any other mammal on the planet. Well, that makes a lot of sense. They live in a rainforest. It rains a lot there, people, and that backwards fur helps to channel the water off of their fur. A lot of rainforest plants have what's called a drip tip at the end of their leaves to channel water off. That's exactly what their fur is doing. It's just more quickly shedding that constant water off of their fur. But that's not the weirdest thing about their fur. The weirdest thing is that if you looked at it underneath a microscope, you would see that it has 11 longitudinal grooves that run the length of each strand of hair. No other mammal on the planet has these weird grooves that run the longitudinal length of the hair, and those grooves are there so that algae can take root in their fur. If you were to go looking for a sloth in the wild, you probably need to be looking for a green sloth and not a brown sloth. Their fur actually grows algae. Now, not for them to eat, but algae for camouflage. You might not want to have green slimy plants growing in your hair, but it's pretty cool to be a green sloth in a green tree because it makes you much more difficult to see. So that's part of their camouflage, to blend in with the environment. Now, a lot of people wonder why they hang out below the branches. That does seem kind of bizarre, because think about any other arboreal animal. I mean, you're going to see a chameleon at the next program sitting on top of the branch. You're going to see a clouded leopard sitting on top of the branch. You're going to see a python sitting on top of the branch. Birds sit on top of the branches. Monkeys sit on top of the branches. What's up with this? This seems kind of bizarre. Seems like extra work. Why would you want to do that? Well, he's got two reasons for doing that. One is super simple to understand. He is literally hanging from a grapevine, and Xavier's been offering him grapes. If there were actual grapes on this vine, would those grapes be growing up in the air, or would they be hanging down? Yeah, fruit typically hangs below the branch, and so they park their face below the branch because that's where their food is at. Makes a lot of sense to me. So that's one reason they hang out below the branch. The other reason they hang out below the branch is called a harpy eagle. Harpy eagles are large eagles. They are about twice the weight of a bald eagle, so they're twice as large as our national symbol, and they specialize in eating mammals that live in the trees, things like monkeys and sloths and kinkajous and quadrimundes. Now, I want you guys to imagine for a minute that you're harpy eagles, and you're hungry. We're getting up to dinner time, and you're thinking about having a monkey for dinner. That's not all that hard for you to do. You're a day-active predator, and monkeys are a day-active species by and large. Also, monkeys live in groups, so that makes it a lot easier for you to spot your dinner if you're looking for 20-somethings and not a solo something, right? And don't monkeys kind of live in chatty groups? Monkeys are always kind of babbling and cackling at each other, making a fair amount of noise. And aren't those silly things swinging through the trees? Isn't that what a monkey does? Your vision is cued into movement. You've got excellent hearing, you've got excellent vision, and your vision is particularly cued into movement. So you sit in a tree, you scan the rainforest, you listen, you look, you spot a troop of monkeys, you fly through the air 35, 40 miles an hour, and you impale a monkey with your powerful talons as you fly by and carry it back home to your nest to eat it for dinner. So you getting a monkey for dinner isn't super challenging. But let's say you've been eating monkey all week long. You're getting kind of sick of monkey. You would like to switch it up a little bit. Maybe you'd like to have a sloth for dinner tonight. Well, you got a few problems. First of all, you work the day shift, they work the night shift. These guys live alone. Monkeys live in groups. You're looking for a solo animal and not a group of animals. You're looking for a solo animal that as an adult has no ability to make noise. They lose their voices when they're about a year old. So they don't make any noise, and they're slow moving. Your eyes are keen toward movement, and they're green in a green tree. So you have a whole bunch of challenges to finding a sloth for dinner. But it's your lucky day. You spot one in spite of all of that. You still got a big problem. You try flying through the trees at 35, 40 miles an hour and impaling your claws into the body of that animal. You're also going to face plant into that branch, aren't you? Yeah, that's going to be pretty hard on your face. So what other options do you have? Maybe you fly through the trees and fly upside down at the last moment and grab it off the bottom of the branch. Physics doesn't let you do that one. Let's see, what else could you do? I have a perfect idea. Go get a monkey for dinner. Yep, literally, they hang below the branches because they make themselves such difficult targets that they often are not preyed upon by harpy eagles. It's pretty easy to study this one too, because harpies normally return to their nests to eat, or often do, and so underneath a harpy eagle nest, you will find a big old pile of bones. Just count the skulls. You're going to get about 50 monkey skulls for every sloth skull you get. So these guys are very good at evading predators. I skipped over a slide here. Remember we were talking about the sloth algae? They have found no less than 900 different things in sloth fur. So there's a few species of algae, but there are sloth moths and sloth beetles, a whole host of things, and virtually none of it is parasitical. They're literally like just this walking colony of plants and animals, like a little arboreal coral reef moving through the canopy layer. So they are quite unique. So we're going to do the power. Yeah, that's a sloth pooping. Little kids like to talk about poop. So in case you want to know what a sloth pooping is, that's what it's like. And they actually climb down to the ground to defecate and urinate. So that's kind of a unique feature, which we can talk more about. But you guys have been sitting here for a bit, so we're going to do the hands-on portion, and then I'll talk more about pooping and about about a few other things. So as we carry him around, what's going to happen is Xavier's going to walk across the front row, and what we need you to do is we need all the parents and grandparents to really be listening, because it is in fact your job to make sure your kids do what I say. It's not my job. It is your job to make sure your kids are behaving properly. This is going to happen fast. So Xavier's going to be walking past your children at about this speed. If you do not have your child ready to touch the sloth as we go by, we are not going back. It is officially your fault. We are only going to make one quick pass. We are not going to come back and let you get another chance at it. So please be ready with your child as we walk around. Please have your child seated. Please pull your feet in. If you have big bulky purses, pull that in, because Xavier is going to be watching you touch the animal. Isn't necessarily going to be watching what's on the floor as well. Let's see what else to tell you. When Xavier gets done with the front row, he's going to hop into the second row and let the people in the second row touch. You people in the front row cannot turn and double dip. You look like trouble. No double dipping. Yeah. I picked it out, didn't I? Yeah. So no double dipping, and same between the second and the third row. And just as a reminder about which end you touch the pooping end, people, not the biting end. What is wrong with you humans? Everybody wants to run up and touch the wild animal in the face, and that's like a super aggressive thing to do. No wild animal wants you to reach into its face. Do you know any humans that you want to walk up and just shove their hand into your face? No, don't do that to our sloths. It's not a nice thing to do. This will happen very quick again, so be ready, and then I can answer some questions as he comes around. Hey, bud. Wow, looks like somebody trimmed Juju's nails. They're perfect. I don't remember doing it. Got him? Okay, one quick gentle touch as he comes around. Now let's talk about this whole pooping thing, because kids love to talk about poop. So sloths have unusual things around pooping. They actually descend to the ground to defecate and urinate. And they only do it about once every 5 to 7 days. So right off the get-go, only going to the bathroom once every 5 or 7 days is kind of weird. And then, remember, they're the slowest moving mammals on the planet. So for them to descend to the ground to do their business, they have to schedule a whole day in their week. No, seriously. Remember, they're only awake 6 hours of the day. Well, it takes them a couple of hours to descend the tree, probably 45 minutes to do the business, couple of hours getting back up in the tree. That's your whole day. Why not poop from the trees like the monkeys do? Makes a lot more sense. Well, the thing is, when a sloth goes, it really goes. We are talking a gallon of urine and feces. We're using Juju today because yesterday was his dad's poop day. He went from 32 pounds to 24 pounds. So, yeah, I think he does deserve some applause for that. Anyway, so it turns out if you climb up to the top of the rainforest canopy, you're up 150, 200 feet off the ground, and you start pouring out a gallon of urine and feces. Let me rephrase that. A gallon of well-fermented, been brewing in there for a week, urine and feces, that makes a lot of noise as it comes hitting all the branches and cascading off all the leaves as it makes its way down to the forest floor 200 feet below. It also makes a lot of noise as it hits all those branches as it comes careening down through the forest. And it, of course, spreads the smell out over a greater area. What are predators attracted to? Noises, movement, smells. It is statistically safer for them to quietly and stealthily descend to the ground, defecate and urinate, and then go back up in the trees. And by the way, when they do that, the sloth moths and the sloth beetles often jump off their sloth and lay their eggs in the feces of the sloth because that's where their larvae develop. So it's a very unique, intricate relationship that they have. Questions about sloths? Anything you'd like to know about Juju or sloths or any of the animals? Okay, well, the next presentation is up here with 3 more arboreal animals. That'll be at 4 o'clock, and that'll be a really cool carpet python, a chameleon, and Danny, one of our clouded leopards. So thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy. Hopefully you learned a lot. Thanks. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Creature Conservancy. We are so happy to have you here for our 4 p.m. program. How many of you are here for the first time? Awesome. We love to see some new faces. Are you guys ready to see some arboreal animals on stage? Awesome. And you'll have to come back next month because we have a whole new set of animals on stage. You'll get to see our woodchuck, our opossum, our skunk, and our snapping turtle. So definitely come back next month in July for open hours. And if you have a super fun time today, you may want to think about getting a full-time membership, because a membership allows you to have free admission to open hours at our adult-only first and third Fridays. It gives you discounts in the gift shop and discounts for our special events like animal yoga events. And it also gives you advance notice for these events too. We have a special event coming up in June. On June 13th, we have Born This Way, which is our annual Pride event to celebrate the LGBTQ+ community. We'll have a queer creature feature as well as human queer performers, so definitely check that out on our website. We do have a few spots left. We also have a few spots left for our summer camp. So if you have kiddos from 1st to 9th grade who might be interested, check that out on our website. We're also looking for donations. So if you want to donate to our summer camps, please look out at our wish list on our website. And this year we also launched our Adopt a Creature program, so you can directly sponsor the care, enrichment, and food of a specific animal here at the Creature Conservancy. There are different tiers, ranging from a signed letter from a zookeeper all the way up to a lifetime membership here at the Creature Conservancy. And finally, please send us your photos that you've taken throughout the day and follow us on social media. We love to hear from you. And now I'm going to pass it over to Xavier to introduce our first animal.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Madeline. So the first arboreal animal that we are going to be meeting is a really cool species of reptile, actually a species of snake that is native to parts of Australia. And we're going to be meeting Mowgli, and Mowgli is something known as a carpet python. But we're talking about animals that live in trees, and carpets are laying on the ground. So why would this snake, who is really obviously comfortable up in the trees, called a carpet python? But mainly that comes from the beautiful pattern along their body. It really resembles a lot of the ornamental rugs and carpets from centuries ago. And so they get their name from that beautiful pattern they have. But like I said, they're native to parts of Australia, and there are other species of carpet pythons that span throughout other parts of Australia and even into Papua New Guinea and Indonesia and Southeastern Asia. So there are a handful of different carpet python species. This one is actually one of the larger species, and Mowgli here is quite big at around 10 feet long, a little bit too big for us to carry through the audience, and so we do have a smaller, little bit more portable species of python that Lisa is going to be carrying around. So if you guys are interested and want to see what one feels like, you guys can gently take 2 fingers and touch towards the tail of the snake, and she will make it through all 3 rows, so you guys are good to stay where you're seated. But these snakes are very comfortable sitting on branches like that, but they are also amazing climbers. But it's really fascinating to see a animal without any arms or any legs be able to climb throughout the rainforests with very little problem at all. And that's because their very long and strong body helps them maneuver through the trees. And this video here really showcases how easily they can scale up trees even without lateral branches. Because they are constrictors, their bodies are extremely long and strong and muscular, helping them to grip around the branches and kind of almost inchworm their bodies up into a good spot on the tree canopies that would allow them to hunt some of their favorite prey, which would be be living up in the tree canopies. And a lot of their food that they would be eating would be flighted animals like birds during the day or even bats at night. Carpet pythons are known for picking a spot right outside caves that bats come and fly out of every morning and night, and sitting outside and picking those bats off as they are flying out. And their incredibly long and strong bodies help them to be able to catch those bats while still hanging onto the branch, and do all of that without falling 30, 40, even 50 feet in those trees. And so they are truly incredible predators for this in the rainforest. But they have a lot of adaptations that help them find their food as well, because when they're hunting bats, it's pitch black. You can't see your hand in front of your face, but they have these little holes up along their lips, on the side of their bottom lips and just on the front of their upper lips. And those holes are heat sensing pits. And even on the darkest nights where you can't see, these holes or these pits allow them to see the heat that radiates off of warm-blooded animals like the bats and the birds and the rodents that they would be eating. So it helps them hunt and find their food even in the darkest nights. So it's an amazing adaptation that gives them a sense that us humans don't even have. But this really has helped them adapt and really find the perfect place in the jungles and rainforests that they're living in. But they have a lot of development and human adaptation going on in their areas. And in most cases, reptiles do not deal with human development very well. But carpet pythons are extremely adaptable and have really started to work side by side with humans, because when humans come along, they bring a lot of pest species like rats and other animals that will eat our trash. And these carpet pythons love to eat those animals as well. So in Australia, you will often find carpet pythons hanging around your house and climbing up the sides of the house using the vinyl sidings or the wood sidings, because they just are such amazing climbers. But they may not just be in your house because those pests around your house, because those pest species aren't always just outside of your house. Sometimes they make it in, and those snakes may follow those pests in. And it's not too uncommon to have cases in Australia where you are having big snakes in your roof or in your attics. This species of snake is not the exact species we have on the stage, but a very close relative in the area. But even though they are arboreal, a lot of times you will see them up in the attics and things like that. But that's not the only place you'll find them sneaking into the houses in Australia, because they are coming through the toilets as well. And a headline as crazy as this, you may think it just happened once, but we had to whittle it down on which headline we actually wanted to pick for this segment. So it is not an uncommon thing in Australia, which is pretty unique because, like I said, most cases, reptiles do not adapt well to human development, but these carpet pythons have really showcased that they are doing well in Australia. But I guess Australia has a lot of weird things going on in that continent. But Mowgli here, she was a former pet. Carpet pythons are somewhat common in the pet trade. Unfortunately, her previous owner had passed away suddenly, and the other family members weren't up to speed for taking care of a snake like this, and so they had found us, and we are lucky to have Mowgli because she is a truly incredible snake. But do you guys have any questions about Mowgli? Yeah. Yeah, so he asked about how well they can see and if they make up for it when they sense heat. So they do have somewhat decent vision, but at nighttime, almost none of those animals can even see at night. So that heat sensing pits really allow them to get a sense that other animals don't even have, and so it gives them an extra step on most other animals down there. Yeah. So she asked, how old is Mowgli? And we don't know Mowgli's exact age. Our best guess would be somewhere around 8 to 9 years old based on how big she was when we got her and how long she's been here. But with a lot of our rescued animals like that, we don't have a birth certificate that comes along with them. And with reptiles, you can't tell their age without one. But we're going to be meeting our next animals, which are coming from Madagascar. And so we're going to be meeting a really unique reptile known as a Parsons chameleon. And Parsons chameleons are actually the largest species of chameleon on the planet. And these guys are native to parts of Madagascar, and that's where you find the widest diversity of chameleons in the world. But you can find chameleons throughout Africa and even into the Middle East. But the one you're looking at on stage is the largest in the world. But they don't look very big, and that's because chameleons are typically very small lizards. And in fact, they hold the record for the smallest vertebrate animal in the world. So the smallest animal with a backbone is a species of chameleon that fully grown can fit on your pinky nail. That one in the picture is a fully grown adult that would live on the rainforest floors of Madagascar eating ants and termites and things like that. And so they are very, very small lizards, but majority of them are going to be living in the treetops, like the ones that we have here. And if we translate their name, chameleon, it translates to ground lion. Now, the ground comes from the handful of ground chameleon species that were first discovered, but the lion part comes from their sexually dimorphic nature, meaning the males look different from the females. And the one we have on screen right now is obviously a male because he's got that big horn or big trumpet coming off of his nose, and he's got a very pronounced crest on his head. And that is very significant with males, and his coloration is that bright yellow, almost orange, whereas the females, like the one we have on the right of our stage, does not quite have as pronounced of a crest and has a very beautiful teal coloration, which all the females have of this species. And so as she's getting a little camera shy, she decided to turn around from the camera. But they have a lot of unique adaptations that make life living in the treetops very easy for them. And some of these adaptations are built on their hands and their feet. And so once we get the camera back, it's been acting up a little bit today, but we'll get a close-up look at their feet because they have zygodactyl feet, meaning they branch off into opposite directions, and this helps them get a really good grip on the branch that they're hanging onto, but then they also have fused toes. So they have 2 toes on one side, 3 toes on the other, and this gives them a much stronger grip strength to hang on to that branch. But if the strong grip strength on all 4 hands and feet don't do enough, they have almost like a 5th arm or leg in their tail, because their tail is fully prehensile, meaning they have full control over it, just like a monkey's tail, and they can fully support their body just with that tail. So it makes for a very easy life for living up in the branches, hanging onto it like that. But if we're watching their eyes, that is another very unique adaptation they have, because they can move each one of their eyes independently. So with his left eye, he is watching each one of you, and with his right eye, he is watching Ham, he's watching Madeline, he's watching himself on the screen, and so they're constantly scanning the rainforest, looking out for predators and looking out for their food, because they are going to be eating insects and other bugs that would be living in the rainforests. And so when they find a bug that they want, that's really the only time that they will focus both eyes on the same target, because they need to know exactly how far to shoot their tongue. And so because they're not fast lizards that can chase down their food like others, and so they need to know exactly how far to shoot their tongue. So we're going to offer our chameleons some bugs right now to see if we can show them showcasing how they catch their food. And I will say it happens very, very quickly. And so you don't want to blink once he locks onto it. And so they do this very, very fast. And there we go. All right. And so if you did miss that one, we are going to try with our female as well. And so when they are shooting their tongues out like that, there we go. She was faster for me too, so I wasn't even prepared for that. So these guys are very, very quick, and you can see that they shoot it out at almost lightning speed. But that speed is exactly just about they go from 0 to 60 in 1/100th of a second. So it's almost unfathomable to think about. But it's so fast that they're able to successfully prey on bees and wasps because they can shoot that tongue out and pull the bee or wasp and neutralize the stinger before they knew what hit them. And so they are amazing hunters of insects and other fast little creatures like that. But one of their most famous adaptations isn't their hands, their feet, their tail. It may be their tongue, but it's arguably the ability to change colors. But we have a kind of a misunderstanding on how they change their colors. A lot of people assume they change it to match their surroundings, but if we took each one of these chameleons off and put them in front of one of your shirts, they're not going to change the color of your shirt to match that. But it's more of a mood ring, and they can change the vibrancies of their colors, and each chameleon can't change under each color under the rainbow, and certain species are limited to each ones. But when they are changing their colors, it's letting other chameleons know exactly how they're feeling. If they're aggravated, if they want to be friends, if they want to be left alone, they can send all those messages by changing their colors. And a lot of times, like this one on the screen, they will change their vibrancies if they are wanting to let another male know that he doesn't want him around. So you can see just how fast they can change that, but then they can also change their colors to help thermoregulate themselves. So if it's a really cold morning, they can darken up their colors, and that will attract a lot more sunlight and a lot more heat. But a lot of times these chameleons, their natural colors, their comfortable colors, like the ones we have right here, are meant to naturally camouflage in with the foliage that they would be around. And so, but these guys are truly amazing animals and definitely well built for the treetops. But do you guys have any questions about our chameleons here? Yeah. Okay, so how do they change colors so fast? So this one is one of the topics that we go into in our adult program because it is pretty high level, but they have different layers of pigments in their skin, and they can shift which layer of pigment is showing by expanding and contracting each layer. And other reptiles like iguanas have this ability, but chameleons can just do it faster within their pigments, but it's called chromatophores that help them shift which color is showing. But yeah, that's about as easily as I can put it down. Yeah. You know, that is a fully grown male and female. They will get a little bit bigger, but when they hatch out of the egg, they are just a little over an inch long. So they are very small when they hatch out. But I'm going to pass things over to Steve to talk about our next animal. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so we have to get our little jungle gym set up for Danny. We are going to meet one of our two clouded leopards. There are only two clouded leopards in the entire state of Michigan, and they both live here at the Creature Conservancy. So we're really excited to have these animals. And we're going to meet Danny, our male. Kaya has been out on stage a few times before, but Danny's kind of just the really showy guy, so he likes coming out on stage. These cats come from the Southeast Asian rainforest. course. Southeast Asia is one of the more densely populated areas of the planet, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But they come from that forest, and they are the most arboreal of all of the cats. And of course, that means they spend more of their time up in trees than anywhere else. And they probably do that because they live in the same territory as tigers, the largest of all the cats. So I would want to avoid tigers too. Anyway, so these are called clouded leopards because they have spots that come in different sizes and shapes, reminiscent of clouds. And that's where they get their name. It's going to take them about 3 minutes to get Danny haltered up and and over here. So I'm going to show you some other slides until he gets here. So they're called clouded leopards because of the beautiful pattern on their body when Danny's out here. Oh, by the way, Danny's a youngster and he's got a short attention span. I know the parents in the room understand what that means. So he's only going to be out here for about 5 minutes or so if we're lucky. And we do want to not have any children running around up front or any people running around up front. So if you guys could sit a little bit still, particularly while Danny's out. Anyway, but clouded leopards have the beautiful pattern, spots of different sizes and shapes, and they are one of the most unique cats for a whole list of reasons. One reason they're unusual is they have more flexible wrists and ankle joints than any other cat species, and they are literally able to twist their wrists and ankles backwards and descend down a tree head first. That is a pretty, most cats can't do that. So they have very flexible joints that allow them to do that, to head down a branch or tree trunk head first. They are also the only cat that regularly moves around in branches sloth style. So they can run underneath a branch. If you caught the 3 o'clock presentation, sloths are masters of under the branch work, but these guys do a pretty fair job and do it a little bit faster than a sloth does. So they can run underneath the bottom of the branch if that's advantageous for them to grab things. Also, another arboreal feature they have is, besides those flexible joints, is they proportionally have the longest tail of any of the cats relative to their body size. The length of their tail is greater than the length from their nose to their butt, and so that gives them a really good organ of balance. Cats use their tail largely as an organ of balance. They can swish it one way or swish it to the other. And I want you to watch as he's moving around. You'll see how he moves his tail around, and it does help him to balance. And it's a relatively dense, heavy tail. A lot of times, maybe you guys have seen a tightrope walker walking across a stretched rope. They often carry a pole with them that they can shift around to change their center of gravity. So that's exactly what the tail is doing for him. Notice that he doesn't have super long legs. They have a relatively low center of gravity, relatively short legs that keeps their center of gravity down low. And again, that's another reason they're able to move through the trees with such speed and grace. Also, they have relatively large feet compared to their body size. He can fan out, particularly those front feet, spread those claws out really big, and they function almost like a pair of catcher's mitts. So they can snare birds as they fly through the trees. So they do occasionally eat birds. They're much more famous for other things that they eat. These guys have exceedingly large canine teeth. In fact, they have the largest canine teeth of any animal in the order Carnivora in proportion to their size. Danny only weighs about 50 pounds, and his canine teeth are 2 inches long. To put that in perspective, that other cat they live in the same area with, the tigers, weigh 500 pounds. They're 10 times bigger, yet tigers only have 2-inch long canine teeth. So proportionally, they have ginormous canine teeth, and they can also open their mouth. They can articulate their mouth open wider than most other cats. In fact, for a long time, scientists thought perhaps they may have been close relatives to the saber-toothed cats. It doesn't appear to be the case, but anyway, I think they are the most spectacular looking of all of the cats. Unfortunately, they are one of the rarest of all of the cats. There are only 72 of them in the captive breeding program in the entire country. That's not very many. You'll see lots of lions and tigers around in zoos, but this cat is exceedingly rare. As I said, I think earlier, there's only 2 of them in the state, and so they are quite a rare cat. And in fact, there's 2 different families of cats. A lot of people don't realize that. There are the big cats and the small cats. And clouded leopards have always kind of sat in this weird gray area. When I first started working with animals a long time ago, When I first started working with animals a long time ago, clouded leopards were classified as small cats. They are relatively small. I mean, he's fully grown at 50 pounds. Kaya is fully grown at 31 pounds. So we see house cats at the vet clinic that weigh 31 pounds. So they're really quite small. And so for the longest time, they were considered small cats. And recently, they've been moved into the big cat category, but they really don't comfortably fit in either category. Basically, what I'm talking about is your house cats have vertical pupils and they purr. The big cats, lions, tigers, other leopards, jaguars, have round pupils and they roar. Cloudeds have oval pupils. They're not quite vertical and they're not quite round, and they neither roar nor purr. So they don't fit into any category really well. Like I say, recently in the last few years, they moved them a little closer to the big cats. So that technically makes clouded leopards the smallest of the big cats, and Harper, our mountain lion, is the biggest of the small cats. So I don't know why they call them big cats and small cats, because size doesn't really have anything to do with it. But anyway, so they are very unique cats. Unfortunately, they're exceedingly rare. One problem I kind of alluded to, they live in Southeast Asia, a very densely populated area of the planet. So lots of habitat destruction, and that is increasing now because they're growing a lot of palm oil plantations there. That's a palm oil plantation on the left and old growth rainforest on the right. And the cats simply can't survive in a palm oil plantation. We don't get very preachy here at the Conservancy, but we're going to make some direct ask. Maybe you guys should avoid buying products with palm oil. There are unfortunately lots of products with palm oil. It's become a very popular ingredient in a lot of things like shampoos and candles and foods and all sorts of things. And so we're just asking you avoid palm oil. You don't even have to read the ingredients on a package anymore. Karen in the gift shop will give you a QR code that'll put an app on your phone, and you just scan a barcode, because who can read the ingredients? Us old people can't read the ingredient list on those packages. All you got to do is scan the barcode. It'll tell you if there's palm oil in that product or not, and whether that palm oil is sustainably harvested or not. And then you have to make a sacrifice. You know what I sacrificed for Danny? I switch from International Delight's French Vanilla Coffee Creamer to Coffee Mate's French Vanilla Coffee Creamer. So we're not asking you to do a lot, but a lot of little things can add up. So avoid palm oil when you can. I don't suspect many of you guys are out there buying fur coats, but in other parts of the world, fur coats are still a thing. It takes almost 20 clouded leopards to make one full-length fur coat. Their organs are also harvested in certain cultures for their properties, their gallbladders and their spleens and things like that. So that's another thing that's going on with them. Fortunately, they can be bred in captivity. They're exceedingly difficult to breed in captivity. We have some reasons why we think we might be more successful than most places. First of all, our cats are working cats. When animals come into captivity, we kind of take away all their jobs. They don't have to worry about food. They don't have to worry about shelter. They don't have to worry about vet care, anything. Here at the Conservancy, pretty much all of our animals are working animals. They come out and do programs for us, and they're all tractable animals because of that. That means we can handle them. So if we were lucky enough to have kittens, we could just go in with Kaya and shove her off to the side, check on the babies. You can't do that with most zoo cats. And also, they're animals that have jobs are just generally happier, they're more comfortable around people, and they're more likely to want to procreate if they're comfortable around people. Danny is clearly comfortable with all of you guys, and so that's another reason we think we'll be pretty successful. So hopefully we will have babies. I think fall is probably the first time that Kaya's older than Danny by a bit, so I'm not sure if that makes her a cougar and not a leopard, but anyway. But I think this fall may be the first shot at possibly having babies for those guys, and that'll be super exciting. In all likelihood, they won't stay here, unfortunately, because their offspring just need to be sent out to breed with other unrelated offspring. I mean, think about it. If you're trying to make combinations out of 72 animals, you don't go any generations before you start having cousins with cousins. And so it is very difficult to put together a viable pair like Danny and Kaya. We couldn't show this while Danny was out here because he gets distracted by the TV, but you can kind of see how they use their tails to sway back and forth and almost even wrap around things. That is definitely an organ of balance. We have a really cute image of a clouded leopard in the forest, in the rainforest in Southeast Asia. It's really cute until you see those puppies. Really big teeth. And we have some gratuitous baby Danny pictures of him playing in our classroom. Okay, maybe. Oh, I want to go back to the other one. Hang on. Okay, let's try this one. There we go. So this is when he was a little guy. I want you to notice, you'll see his tail whirl around a bunch. The tails also help him to change directions quickly. But as you watch Danny playing, and if any of you guys are cat owners, what you're probably thinking is, that is just like my cat at home. That's kind of because a cat is a cat is a cat. They're pretty much all the same. They come in different patterns and different sizes, but their behavior is very, very similar. In fact, there are only two real outliers in the cat world. It's lions. They're social cats. None of the other cats are social. And cheetahs. They're running cats. They don't have retractable claws. They got dog feet. They're very different. But most cats are kind of like this, exactly like your house cat. We sometimes apply different labels. When your house cat is doing this very same thing with a feather on the end of a string, you call it playing. You know what we call it? Practice to kill. That's what that behavior is. You can stick with playing in your world, but the reality is it is practice to kill. That's what a cat is doing when they're doing things like that. And just like house cats, they like random things that seem crazy. You can spend a whole bunch of money on a toy, and they will like a box better. Danny, for weeks, his favorite toy in the world was just a bowl. And so that is common throughout the cat world. Anyway, I'm actually going to turn it over to Xavier. I have to say that Danny still is like that a lot. He is still mentally immature, and Kaya is grown up, and she's a very sweet lap cat. But Danny's a little bit on the crazy side. But he's a great animal on stage. I'm going to turn it back over to Xavier and let him answer your questions. Thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve.
Don't forget about Gator.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, after this, we are going to be doing a gator training and feeding presentation. So you'll definitely want to check that out. But any clouded leopard questions that you guys have? Do you have one over there? No? Yeah. So Danny over here is just over 2 years old, whereas Kaya, the other one that you saw, she just turned about 3 years old. So they're both very young, because in captivity they can live anywhere between like 15 to 20 years. So both really young. Yeah. Danny goes anywhere between almost like 47 pounds to like 52 pounds, depending on the time of the year. And that's pretty large for a clouded leopard, because about as big as they get is about 55 pounds. And so they don't get much bigger than Danny. Yeah. Yes, and so for the cat species that can't purr, like the big cats, it's only the small cats that can physically purr. They will do something called chuffing, and it almost sounds like you put a purr in slow motion, but yeah, the big cats, that's their equivalent of purring. But he makes a lot of other noises, but he can't do the typical roar of a lion or tiger, and he can't purr like your typical one, but he can chuff and make kind of the other noises you may have heard while he was on stage. Awesome. So, oh yeah. So Danny was somewhere, and his he had bounced around a handful of other facilities before he came here, and his history wasn't all that clear initially, and so us and the ZAA, the conservation breeding program that we're a part of, had to do a lot of investigative research to actually figure out where he was, and the birthday that was initially kind of passed down the line was not his actual birthday, so he ended up being like a month or two older than what they told us. But so he was around like 6 months when he came here. Kaya was about just under 2 months, or she was just around 2 months. I think like maybe a day or two under 2 months. So she was really young when she got here. But yeah. Yes. Yeah. So they are both of them are very nocturnal animals. A lot of the times they are going to be sleeping throughout the day. But then if they are awake, it's kind of because they shifted over to our schedule. They kind of know like, all right, we're going to be fed at around 11. So I'll be up at this time, and then I'm going to take a nap afterwards until about 4 p.m. when I know they're going to come in. So a lot of nocturnal animals in captivity will shift their schedule somewhat, but we do have cameras 24/7 in their enclosure, and they are 100% more active at night, getting the zoomies, everything like that. So, yeah. But, well, awesome. So if you guys do have any lingering questions, save those, and you guys can ask me after the gator feeding, because that's where I'm going to be heading on to after this. And so if you guys want to watch the gator training and feeding presentation, we're going to be doing that with Al over on his dock over there. That should only be about 10-15 minutes. So it is definitely something fun to check out. So if you guys want to, we will be heading over there. But thank you so much for visiting. Hope to see you guys back again.